Good afternoon. It is now 5:03 on July 26, 2023. I would like to open the City Council meeting. Call for order, please. I'm here.
Vice Mayor Nguyen,
Yes, I'm here.
Councilwoman Fan West,
Present. Can you hear me okay?
No.
Present?
Councilmember Monzo,
I'm here. Hello.
Councilmember Ho,
Here. Here.
It works on my, oh, stop now.
Mayor, you have a
The
quorum.
microphone actually on. Yeah, thank you very much.
We can't hear you. Yeah.
Are we waiting for
don't
IT
know.
to go ahead and fix it so we can continue? I guess we don't have any,
There's no mic.
Testing? Yeah, it's not.
testing 1, 2, testing 1, 2. It was
Testing, testing.
working well.
Testing.
Yeah. Okay.
Testing. Oh.
Test.
Let's continue the meeting.
Okay.
Hopefully that they can hear us. But I want to know whether they are recording or not. Of course, we are not.
We're recording. Yes.
We're recording.
Yes,
Okay.
Mayor.
So the oral communication for closed session, do we have any speakers?
We have
Sorry.
none,
We
Mayor.
have none. Okay, can you go ahead and cite the item that we have in the closed session before I call for recess?
Yes, the City Council will recess to a closed session for the following purposes: conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation, one potential case.
All right, thank you very much. At this time, I would like to call for recess for closed session. Good evening. The time now is 6:05, and it's on July 26, 2023. I would like to reconvene the City Council successor agency to the Westminster Redevelopment Agency meeting. Meeting called to order. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Nguyen,
I'm here.
Vice Mayor Nguyen,
I'm here.
Councilwoman Fan West,
Present.
Councilmember Monzo,
I'm here.
Councilmember Ho.
Here.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Next is salute to the flag, Councilmember Menzo, and invocation by Councilmember West. Please stand.
Please stand. Please join me. Ready? Begin.
If you can stand with me in prayer. Lord, we just thank you so much for today, Lord. I pray for the resident of Westminster, Lord, for those who are hurting, Lord. I pray that you bring comfort. For those who need guidance, Lord, I pray that you direct their path. And Lord, for those who are just seeking for just wisdom, Lord, I pray that you guide them. And Lord, I just pray for those who are sick, Lord. I pray that you heal their bodies, Lord Jesus. And Lord, I just thank you so much for today, another day for the public to come, to share their grievances, and also to do city business. And I pray that you bless this meeting, that you bless the council to make the right decision for the people, for the business in the city, Lord. And so we thank you so much, and we lift this time up in your hands. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you both, Councilmember Menzo and Councilmember West, for the salute to flag and invocation. Next is City Attorney, closed session report, please.
Thank you, Mayor. There was one item on the agenda regarding initiation of litigation, and I do have a reporting out on that. The council made a motion, the mayor, seconded by Councilmember Monzo, and approved 5-0. They authorized the city to join into some existing litigation filed by the Orange County Water District and by a number of other water producers and cities. The name of the case is Aqueous Forming Foam Products Liability Litigation, and authorizing the city manager to enter into any necessary agreements. This is related to holding certain manufacturers such as 3M and DuPont and some others responsible for releasing what is called PFAS, polyfluoroalkyl substances, into groundwater, and to help fund the remediation efforts that are necessary in order to clean the groundwater. Nothing else to report.
All right, thank you very much, City Attorney. Next is export communication. Do we have any from the council? Hearing none, seeing none, so we move to the next is City Clerk report, please.
Thank you, Mayor. The city is still accepting applications for various boards and commissions. To apply, please contact the city clerk's office for an application and details on current openings. Additionally, the city clerk's office will be participating in this year's National Night Out. Please come out to meet the clerk team. We'll have boards and commission applications available on site, along with opportunities to register to vote. A representative from the Orange County ROV will also be in attendance to assist with translation needs. We look forward to seeing you in the community. And as a reminder, the following regular scheduled council meetings for the month of August have been canceled, August 9th and August 23rd. Mayor, that concludes my report.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Next is City Manager report, please.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. So tomorrow at the Civic Center, we're hosting our last summer movie night. We'll be featuring Minions: The Rise of Gru. So activities start at 6:30 p.m. and the movie begins at dusk. And then starting next week, we'll kick off our summer concert series with Funk Station. So come on out and groove to the sounds of old school funk, soul, and R&B. Concerts begin at 6 p.m. On Thursday, August 3rd. So movies tomorrow night, and then music next Thursday. And of course, our senior center, they know how to party, so join the senior center at their popular luau luncheon on Wednesday, August 2nd from 11:30 a.m. to 1 p.m. in the East-West Room in the Community Services Building. There will be food and entertainment. Tickets are $5. And again, for more information and to join our amazing senior center, call 714-895-2878. And then just a reminder, the Sigler Park Splash Pad is open daily from 12 to 5 p.m. And then, of course, you can also rent the splash pad in the mornings for your private parties as well. So contact our Community Services and Recreation. 2 weeks ago, July 13th, the Westminster PD celebrated their annual employee awards at the Rose Center. This event allows the Chief of Police, command staff, and the Police Officers Association to formally recognize members of the department for their service to the community during the previous year. So this award ceremony celebrated 2022. The recipients are selected from a committee of peers who follow a policy regarding the criteria for the awards. In total, 68 awards were given out to both sworn and professional staff members. The awards ranged from community service, life-saving, above and beyond, Chiefs Award, Top Shot, MAD Award for DUI arrests, 10851, Police Unit Citation, and Medal of Merit Award winners. And of course, police also recognized those who received supervisor, officer, part-time employee, professional staff, volunteer, rookie, and the Ron Weber Senior Investigator of the Year Award. So we want to congratulate those who received awards. And then, of course, next week, Tuesday, August 1st, 2023, we are hosting the Westminster PD National Night Out. This is an annual event that takes place. We're hosting it over at the Target parking lot, which is over at 16422 Beach Boulevard, close to Beach and Edinger. There will be food, games and activities, agency vehicles, community booths, vendors that are out there. And it's just a nice day to come out and meet your law enforcement staff as well as others, in a reminder of how important public safety is in our community. And so we just invite everyone to come out. It's a family-friendly event. And with that, that concludes my report.
Well, thank you very much. Thanks, City Manager, for the detailed report. And I encourage everyone to join the city for all the activities that put up by the Park and Recreation Department. I think that they're great. So please come out. Just come one and come all. Next is special presentations. Though you can see in the agenda that there's a certificate of recognition, but I was told that it's going to be postponed until September. And in light of that, retirement of Deputy Chief Darren Upstill, he's here today. He's sitting in for Chief Danny because he's not here. So therefore, we wait next time to congratulate him, to recognize him. All right, thank you very much. Next, we are going to go into oral communication. Madam Clerk, would you please read that into the record, please?
This is the time of the meeting that members of the public may address the City Council regarding any items on the agenda or non-agenda items that are within the subject matter jurisdiction, except public hearing items. Members of the public wishing to address public hearing items shall do so at the time of the public hearing. Unless otherwise extended by a majority vote of the City Council, comment shall be limited to 3 minutes per speaker. Any person wishing to address the City Council in person should complete a green speaker slip that is provided at the entrance to the council chambers and submit the card to the city clerk. When your name is called, please step to the podium at that time and state your name and the city of residency for the record.
Thank you very much. And I see that there are familiar faces today, so I am not going to read the resolution, but I just want to remind you there is a resolution 4963, resolution of the mayor and the city council of the city of Westminster establishing rules and decorum and civility at the city council meeting. So if you don't understand, if you need additional question, please ask staff around. They will provide a copy for you, and I hope that you follow the policy that we put out. So with that, I'd like to go and ask for the first speaker, please.
Deborah Mariscal.
Good evening, Deborah Mariscal, Westminster, California. Last meeting, I drove from Las Vegas. Today, I drove from Temecula. Mayor, I want to say thank you for the time that we got to spend together at the safety meeting, and I hope the things that I said to you, that you take those to heart. I really appreciate that. I am grateful for the people who came to our last meeting in support of our city manager. Thank you, Mayor, Councilmember Manzo, Councilwoman Ho, for supporting not only our city manager, but also for the protection of our city employees. I really appreciate that. Behind you, it says, "In God we trust," and as a woman of faith, I completely support that. I do want to make sure, though, that when the invocation is done, Councilmember Ho and Mayor, the last two meetings, you kept the invocation very generic, not giving anything of your own faith, and I believe that that's how it needs to be. If you want to share your faith, that should be done personally, not on the dais. That needs to be kept separate. The next thing is, I really do think that we need to resume Zoom meetings. Like I said, I've had to drive back from, various things in order to be able to speak. And if I was able to stay in Temecula at a work event, I could have spoken by Zoom and not had to drive back 2.5 hours in traffic to be able to get here. It's not fair to the people that are unable to attend either by work or they have physical limitations that they can't get here. Zoom's not that expensive. I use it all the time. I'm aware of what it costs. It's not that expensive. It's a drop in the bucket compared to other expenses that we have. I think we also need to resume 5 minutes instead of 3. It's difficult to get the things that we need to talk about. Mayor Nguyen and I had a really good conversation at the safety meeting of things that I would like to share. I don't have enough time to do that with 3 minutes, and now I only have 42 seconds. So perception is reality. Please use the facilities before the meeting. So some of you need to go do your duty during the meeting. Perception is if you're gone 2 or 3 times to use the restroom, it doesn't look good to the rest of us. So maybe we need to have a potty break. That would be fine. And if you're speaking to someone, when you want their attention and respect, which I don't feel that we always get. And the last thing I want to say is I want to read a scripture, Micah 6:8. Look in the mirror, search your heart. He has shown you, oh God, what is good and what is... Look it up.
Our next speaker is Louis Beck.
May I ask a quick question?
Yes.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I was just going to ask if City Attorney, that are we allowed to do Zoom now that when we're not in an under state of emergency? Is it possible or no longer possible or legally?
It's potentially feasible, yes, to do that. That's an option.
Thank you. Just want to know that.
Hello, my name is Louis Beck. I'm from District 3. I've lived in Westminster for 29 years, and I've not been a very good person as far as coming to council meetings until now. And with losing the city manager, it was a major concern of mine because we need to have checks and balances and we need to have ethics. I want to tell you, Amy, that I really appreciated your prayer this evening, and I also want to appreciate that fact that you're actually looking at me. That is absolutely wonderful. My main issue is what's happening to Westminster with the ADUs, and I understand that those are state mandated, but there really should be some sort of regulation going with Westminster as to who gets to build and how many people get to live in one house in a single family residence as it was zoned. I don't know exactly the steps to take. Do I go to the planning department for that? What? I don't know, but we're getting so many ADUs and so many renters and so many cars, and some of the houses are just starting to look like salvage yards. And they're now parking on their lawns, or, Westminster has allowed them to pour concrete because of the water shortage over their 2/3 of their front yard. But now and they're not supposed to park there, is my understanding. But they're parking there. And I don't know, my neighborhood's changing and I'm absolutely hating it. So I just want you guys to know that. And I appreciate all of your time. And thank you for keeping Christina. That was amazing. And maybe I'll get some answers on my ADU unit. Thank you.
There's an item on the consent calendar that to be updated today about the ADU, so it's going to be, there's an item in the consent calendar. I'm sure that one of us is going to pull, and we'll update you on about the ADU.
I know, I hate it.
Our next speaker is Victoria Cooper.
I need can let help me today. Hải Đào volunteer help me, but he not yet come. After the I wait, it city here who help me can let help me.
She needs a translator.
After some people I think.
So we will recall Victoria Cooper at the end of the public comment period. Next would be Michael Varengia.
Thank you. I was raised to give credit where credit is due, Mayor, and I want to thank you for the stand that you took along with Councilmember Manzo, Councilmember Ho, in protecting the citizens of Westminster to make sure that the city keeps running along the right path. Twice you did that, and twice you stuck up for the residents of this city, and I want to thank you very much. We don't have to agree on everything, but when you do things like put the Westminster residents ahead of anything else, I do appreciate that. I also want to thank the other 4 council members and even the city attorney for sitting through 60 people up here speaking. And 4 out of 5 at least as good, plus the city attorney. Unfortunately, it wasn't a clean sweep, 5-0, paying attention to the speakers. One thing that I do appreciate about you folks is you sit there patiently and politely and let the citizens have their say. You don't have to agree with them, but you do sit up there politely and professionally. Unfortunately, that isn't everybody that does that, but thank you very much, all of you. And finally, Deputy Chief Upstill, you're far too young to retire. But I appreciate you. I appreciate what you've done. Thank you for your service, Deputy Chief. You take care, and I'm going to make sure that I'm back here for your official retirement. Thank you, folks.
Our next speaker is Tony Bowie.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members, and also other officers. I am Tony Bowie, has been the resident of Westminster for 22 years, and I'm concerned about the growth of our city. However, in the past couple months, I received many complaints of people consider about they apply for doing business here, but it takes too long for them. For example, some of the people who apply for the healthcare facility, it's been for 6 years before they have the chance to bring the case to the planning commissioner. And recently, I received a public notice of a business in Phước Lộc Thọ, and they said they have been applied for 2 years, and now they have a chance to bring it up. And I, myself, as the chair of Planning Commissioner, did not receive this public notice. How come it is communication somehow is stuck in our system? Therefore, today, I would like to bring to you the principle of care. If you care for the people of Westminster, you have to work harder, more efficiently. And the care is first, communication. C stands for communication. Your communication is stuck somewhere. And because you did not do it right, so a lot of people complaining about the business. And the second one is A, accountability. You have to be accountable for the work for the people who put in money to ask for permits, and you are not doing it right. That is no accountability. And the third one is responsibility. All of you who are elected by people, you are responsible, and those who work for the city are responsible to make sure everything working good. And the last one is effectiveness. That means all of you have to do making decision right. You cannot make decision one day and then the next meeting you turn it upside down. That is not effectiveness. You cannot tell people not to vote and then you make the city cost a lot of money. So that is all I want to share with you, and hope that all of you have to take care for the people of Westminster. Thank you.
I have to respond to you, Mr. Bui. As a chair for a planning commissioner, I think that you know that more than that right now. Mr. City Attorney, as well as City Manager, I think that for the public notice, when they send it out, is that 500 people in the affected area only. They're not sending the whole city. So because you are not living in that area, you are not going to receive it. And I can tell you that we, from the city standpoint, the people here on the dais, as well as our city staff, they are trying to do as best as they can to perform there's no doubt that there are delays here and there, but, I think that I have to defend for them that, we are trying our best. We are continue to do the best that we can. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
Next.
The next speaker is Lee Nguyen.
Good evening, everyone. Có người nói là cảnh sát đã tới hội đồng thành phố để xác nhận cái tai nạn do ông Nguyễn Mạnh Trí gây ra không phải là do ảnh hưởng của bia rượu hay ma túy. Vậy thì lý do ông lái xe tông vào tiệm cà phê trên đường Bonsa là gì? Nếu lúc đó có người ở bên trong tiệm và có người bị thương hay thiệt mạng thì chuyện gì xảy ra? Tại sao nhân viên cảnh sát đó làm biên bản mà không ghi rõ nguyên nhân gây ra tai nạn? Tại người lái xe hay lỗi tại cái xe bị trục trặc về kỹ thuật? Điều này thật là vô lý và khôi hài, nhất là khi cái tai nạn xảy ra ngay tại thành phố này và nhân viên công lực lại cũng là người làm cho thành phố. Người này có sợ bị ông đuổi việc hay trù dập không? Chuyện này giống y như những chuyện xảy ra hàng ngày ở bên thiên đàng xã hội chủ nghĩa Việt Nam vậy.
We were told that the police officer who made the report showed up at the city council meeting to confirm that Mr. Charlie Nguyen was not driving under the influence of a controlled substance. Then what was the cause for him to slam his vehicle into the coffee shop on Bolsa Street? What would have happened if there had been someone in the shop and they had gotten injured or killed? Why did the police officer not indicate the cause of the accident? He should have marked if it was the fault of the driver or the malfunction of the vehicle. It's very absurd and ridiculous that the accident happened right in this city and the officer is also working for the city. How convenient. We wonder if that officer spared you because of some personal favoritism or that he would worry about his job security. This kind of notorious incident seemingly happens every day in the Vietnam communist regime. Please don't bring it to this beautiful country.
Chúng tôi không có dịp được phát biểu trong kỳ họp hội đồng thành phố lần trước, nhưng chúng tôi có một câu hỏi mà không thấy người nào đặt ra. Đó là người quản trị của thành phố đã làm điều gì sai phạm đến nỗi cần phải bị sa thải. Chúng tôi cần nhìn thấy cái danh sách liệt kê những việc làm sai trái, những lỗi lầm không thể tha thứ được mà hội đồng thành phố phải cho người này ngưng chức vụ. Quý vị có nghe đến những vụ kiện tụng về việc sa thải người không có lý do chính đáng không? Theo kiến thức nhỏ nhoi của chúng tôi thì sự bồi thường cho những vụ kiện này không nhỏ đâu. Đừng phung phí tiền thuế của người dân chúng tôi.
We didn't have a chance to participate in the closed session last meeting. However, we wondered why no one asked this question. Did the city manager do anything wrong that she deserves to be fired? We need to see a list of all her wrongdoings or mistakes which the city council needs to get rid of her. Has anyone in the council ever heard of the term wrongful termination, with quotation marks? Lawsuit? We guess it's not very cheap to pay for such compensation, is it?
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I must have a brief response. I think that we are wasting a lot of time here, and we do have the city business to run, to do. And for those people who kept bringing on my accident, I guess that we are living in the United States where we have law and regulation. I respect your voice. I respect your right to speak. But I guess that, I think it's a better way. Go ahead and take it to the police and then take it to the court and do whatever you need to do in order to save people's business, and then go ahead, I will serve you if I need to. So, I guess that, hopefully that we end it here and we take it outside. All right, thank you very much. And next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Terry Raines.
Hello, I had a great time at the Safety Day event, especially watching the kids get so excited during the demonstrations. I was so inspired by the 56 speakers, 28 emails, and 10 voicemail public comments, all opposed to firing our great city manager, Christine Corden, at the last meeting. More had signed up to speak but had to leave before they were called on. Personal calls and texts were also sent to some of you that were not recorded as official public comments. Not one person supported firing Christine, not even Amy and Nam Kwan's most staunch supporters. Our message was loud and clear. We support Christine, as should all of you. Little Miss Narcissistic Twat Waffle over there, Amy Spam West, never once looked up from her cell phone during public comments, not even when our own police officers and city staff were speaking. Nam Kwan left the dais for 21 minutes during those public comments. Karma's a bitch, and you two are going to experience it big time, mark my words. The city attorney flat out refused to provide the actual roll call vote on the closed session items when requested. Our city clerk knows better and reported the votes in the meeting minutes. Speaking of Christian, I served a public records demand letter to him at the last meeting. Another resident filmed that encounter. Christian claimed that all of his distracting note passing, texting, and giggling with Amy on the dais was him providing privileged legal advice. Christian, were you providing legal advice when you left a meeting to go get Amy coffee, or when you viewed images on her phone, or when she passed you notes about someone that was speaking? The council, not the member, holds the attorney-client privilege. Christian, you have a duty to provide the same advice to the entire body. But these private exchanges with Amy are not you providing legal advice, but rather you acting as Amy's personal assistant because she can't grasp even the most basic meeting protocol, parliamentary procedure, agenda reports, and heck, you even speak for her at times. None of this is privileged legal advice. Amy, if you have questions about procedure during a council meeting, pay attention. You must be recognized by the mayor and then ask those questions verbally. Christian, you must respond verbally so the entire council can hear your input. I also demand that Christian advise his client Amy to reserve all text messages to or from her personal cell phone during council meetings and to turn them all over in response to my PRAs. Are you refusing to do this, Christian? You would not allow me to serve you another letter tonight. You are both in violation of state and federal law. Mayor Nguyen, Charlie, from the bottom of my heart, I thank you for listening to your community and doing the right thing, voting to take no action to fire Christine, to not delay her performance evaluation, and to not repeal the Public Official Employee Interaction Ordinance. I promised you the community would back you for these votes, Charlie, and tonight I deliver on that promise. Please accept this card, which was also emailed to you today, signed by 80 residents with personal messages to you, as a token of our gratitude for you doing the right thing and as encouragement for you to keep doing the right thing, no matter how insanely difficult Amy and Nam Kwan make that for you. Make good decisions, Charlie, and the community will back you. You can bank on that. And I want this to get to Charlie right now somehow, because I can't approach the dais, and I want this to get to Christian Bettenhausen, because he refused to accept it from me. So, thank you.
Our next speaker is Jessica Lassanou.
Hello, I wasn't sure I was going to speak tonight, so I didn't prepare anything, but I just wanted to provide some balance on item 3.4, the ADU issue. I know that ADUs are very controversial, and I've had recent experience building some ADUs for my parents on my property. And I think ADUs can be really a positive future for our city as we move into an era of multi-generational housing. For younger adults trying to build their careers, the housing market is just too expensive. And ADUs provide an opportunity for young adults to live at home and build up their savings so that they can go out on their own eventually. And for our elders, elder care is extremely expensive, and it's also sort of frightening to give your parents into the hands of somebody else. And ADUs offer an opportunity for us to bring our elders onto our own property and take care of them ourselves. And now what I've got is I've got 3 generations of my family living on my property, and that's good. And I don't want a municipality to come in and tell me, oh, you can't do that. Because if we weren't able to build those ADUs, we couldn't have all of those people in our 4-bedroom house. Now, our process took about a year, and one of the spots where we kind of got stuck in the weeds was the planning of it. You have to hire an architect and an engineer to draw up your plans. It's very expensive. It can be very confusing. And then we had to bring it to the city, and we had to take feedback back and forth. Well, this works. No, this doesn't work. And we were trying to work as an intermediary between our architect and city, and it was very confusing. But if item 3.4 were to pass and there would be some pre-approved plans, that would have really saved us some money and also sped up the process. And I would like to see more people be able to build this multi-generational housing for their parents or for their adult children. We only have 5 vehicles at our house, and I know that sounds like a lot, but we've got 2 adult kids. My husband and I also have a vehicle. My mom has a vehicle. Our driveway, by ordinance, was only allowed to be expanded 5 feet. That's the rule. So if people are paving over their entire lawns, that sounds like a code enforcement issue and not necessarily just an ADU issue. We can fit 4 cars in our driveway, and then we've got 1 in front of our house. That seems reasonable. So I just wanted to provide some balance on the issue. Thank you very much.
Mayor, our next speaker is Victoria Cooper.
Do we have any? Okay.
We don't have any.
Why
figures.
don't you go ahead and say what you want, and then I will try to translate it,
No, I will.
because we can't wait for.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay.
Okay.
I want to ask now, what time? If I translate like 6 minutes, if now I talk a little not good, maybe I know what time.
So if you don't need translation, it's 3 minutes. 3 minutes.
3 minutes?
3.
Just me. Thank you.
Okay.
First, I want to talk English by my heart. I want gratitude with the people.
Please address to the council, please.
U.S. citizen come here, talk to, help City Hall, must right law, protect Westminster first. I want talk to now before meeting July 12, 2023. Major Dewey, nickname. Dick. I did the deep English. He robbed my time. I talk in there just 1 minute and translate Khải Đào. He usually harm. He pop. He talk. I must stop. He rob. He not good. He là major mà he wrong. He talk with police come comply with him là one attack me outside. I want sue Major Dewey. I send letter to manager help me photocopy chief police Westminster and City Hall. Everyone have one. No, I will. I send letter to Major Dewey nickname. I send to letter to President Donald Trump. 45, 46, 47 in office 45 office.com and I want police and CIA, FBI connect, understand. I talk, I show in my letter. I want Major Dewey must listen. U.S. citizen come here, one protect country, Westminster first. I must send bring city then. Sorry, I cannot. Thank you.
Mayor, there's no further speakers.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you everyone for coming to the meeting and voice your opinions. And next is the consent calendar. All matters listed under the consent calendar are considered routine and may be approved by a single motion, followed by a roll call vote. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless members of the City Council or staff request that specific items be removed from the consent calendar for separate action or discussion.
Mayor, I'd like to approve and pull 3.4 for discussion.
Okay, request for pulling 3.4. Anything else?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to pull 3.7.
3.4, 3.7, anything else? Okay, and did I hear you that you want to approve the rest of them?
Yes.
Okay.
Second.
So the motion is to exclude 3.4, 3.7, and approve for the rest of the consent calendar. And motion by Councilmember
Second.
Ho, and second by Councilmember Menzo already.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Okay, so I have a motion by Councilmember Ho, a second by Councilmember Monzo to approve consent calendar items with the removal of 3.4 and 3.7 for separate discussion. I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Van West,
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen,
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen,
Yes.
5-0 motion carried.
So 3.4, continue from the July 12, 2023 regular meeting, accessory dwelling unit, ADU standard plans update. So pulled by Councilmember Ho.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, and I thank the two residents who brought up, who made comments about ADU. I know ADU is very controversial. There are people who love ADU and then there are people who really dislike ADU. I'm here not really to support or to be against ADU. Our position, our city position is that because it is a state mandate, I'm sure Planning and Community Development Department agree with me that it is really a state mandate law that we have to abide by. So we as a city have no say, but we just have to wait until they give us guidelines and then they tell us what needs to be done and then we just do it. Correct? Just a little bit of background. I wanted to bring this forth because I'll go into the reason why in a little bit. But in July 2019, as you read I'm just going to summarize a little bit and then add a little bit of background of my own. I had an item on the agenda to develop a set of pre-approved and standardized ADU construction plans and guide, and our city council approved it. When I talk about our city council, at the time, in 2019, there was myself and also Mayor Chi Charlie, correct? Mayor, you were there, right?
Yes.
And you were part of the council that approved it. So, I know that in 2019, when we hit the ground running, and I did too, and staff did too, when we, it was a state mandate, as I said, and we wanted to make sure we prepare our city to execute, really. With everybody at the time didn't even know what ADU meant, right? And now I think it's a term that's very familiar with everybody, accessory dwelling unit. And so I, at the time, volunteered to do 3 seminars, and I represented our city in one of the 3, and then I did the other 2 on my own, I believe. I seem to remember that. I know that because the state was really the ones that didn't really know what they were doing, I'll just kind of say that. And that was the reason why our staff didn't execute the plans that were approved by our city council to develop a set of pre-approved and standardized ADU for construction plans and guide, as I said. And then when we finally did adopt the final set of plans, and that was April 2021, correct me if I'm wrong, and then what happened? It's like we forgot about what our city council had asked us to, or had approved for us to do, right? So I think that I brought this back because I went to a meeting, and it was an update on ADUs and codes and planning codes and et cetera. And then lo and behold, I came across AB, what is it? AB 1331? Was that the one? 1332. So that was AB 1332, and it said exactly what I had proposed in 2019. And so I said, well, yeah, this really makes sense. And because I do have a lot of experience in in building and, dealing with planning and all that. And at the time, I did a lot of research, talking to our staff, and you've really enlightened me in a lot of your thoughts, your ideas, your, shall I say, frustrations as well. And then I've talked to people, just the lay people who came to the seminars. And so I said, wow, this is something that's going to cause a lot of problems for our staff, our planning department, or shall I say community development department as a whole. And then now, fasting forward to today in 2023, if you remember, I'd say a couple of meetings ago, not too long ago, I'd say about a month or two ago, we talked about how, and I think earlier today, Mr. Tony Bui and another person brought up how permits were not being, maybe that was, he was talking about business permits, but there were a lot of other people who talked about how the permitting process was so slow. And myself, I'm one of the 5 members, I'm sure other city council members experience the same thing, is that I receive quite a few complaints. And for me, I know that staff is overwhelmed, and I know that all the things that I try to help us as a city avoid being flooded with ADU applications, avoid this chaos, just very chaotic problems that the lay people when you have lay people who've never actually built anything, all of a sudden they're going into building, or shall I say construction. And so unlike Ms. Lostenow, Ms. Lostenow, since I know you, if you're okay, if I mention a little bit that I know she's very educated, and she's a teacher, and so I said, wow, yet you still, took you a year, and you went through some struggles, as you mentioned. So, having to deal with the architect and the engineer and the city, and it was just quite confusing. So I know a lot of people said the same thing. So today I'm just thinking that we need to pick this up again, because in 2015, or is it 2025, I'm sorry, AB 1332 is gonna be the same thing. And don't wait for the state to pay for these plans, because it already said really clearly that although it's state mandate, they're not going to pay for it. So and I think that our amazing assistant city manager will find ways to find money to pay for those plans. But I think it really helped you, because I know that I see more struggles, coming from planning department and not less. And that's because if you look at the units, the number of units of ADUs built, back when I was proposing this.
Can I ask if you can go ahead and rip it up? I appreciate that you want to go back and then talk about it, but I know that the subject is for the plans update. Let the staff do.
So I brought this up simply because I just want to see if we can revisit and, execute, because this has been kind of pushed to the wayside, and that's what I want to bring up for.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, and I know that you second the item, and do you want to have a brief comment before I ask for staff to update us with the ADU plan?
No, I just want to hear the update from
That's
the
right.
staff.
Thank you very much, and staff.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, ladies and gentlemen. Today I have Chris Wong, our senior planner, who's going to provide insight as to this particular subject matter, which was continued from the July 12th, 2023 regular meeting on ADUs.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Nguyen, members of the council. This is actually an item that, ADUs, as everybody has been talking about, is very popular in the city of Westminster. So I do want to assure this council, especially Councilmember Ho, that ADUs is always top of mind for us. I mean, Last year, we processed about 185 ADUs. And if you look at that compared to Garden Grove, I mean, per capita, we're processing about the same amount of ADUs per capita as Garden Grove. They are processing more than us, but that's because Garden Grove is a lot larger than us. They're almost double the size as Westminster. So the ADU standard plans is part of a larger strategy that planning was trying to kind of roll out, because ADUs has been something that, again, people have complained and they've wanted things to move a lot faster. So, part of phase one of the implementation of our kind of overall strategy was to speed up the process, and you've seen some of that through Ms. Lassanau's comments. She had to go back and forth, but that interaction occurred over the counter. Normally, in the past, we would have had to take our plans in, and then she would have had to wait a few weeks in order to get those comments back. So we were able to speed that up, and she got those comments immediately over the counter. She was able to walk away, and then her architect had to revise those plans and then come back. And then again, it happened over the counter. So that's where we cut and trimmed a lot of the time. So phase one was also to do a workshop, and we did that workshop during the pandemic, and that workshop is actually recorded and it's posted on the city's website, so people today can still view that workshop, and a lot of that information is still very relevant. And then last, what was the last thing? And then the guide, we did a guide, which is also on the city's website. That was a comprehensive guide, and I actually talked to Ms. Lassanau when she came in initially with her ADUs, and she actually used the guide. So I hope that helped, and I'd like to talk to more to Ms. Lassanau to hear more about our experience. But now we're moving on to phase two of our overall strategy, which is to do the ADU standard plan. And we've been working on that in earnest recently, and we started that back up in January after we rolled out all of those other ADU implementation items. We wanted to first start on those items that would help residents and the development community citywide. The standard plan, it's going to be helpful, but not everyone is going to be able to use it, because the standard plan is going to be a pre-approved design. It may not fit on your property, depending on the configuration of your property, the location of your existing house. So we did want to help the widest number of people first, and then we wanted to focus on the standard plan next. And not to say we did have some hiccups in the project funding, but we got those ironed out later. And we do anticipate that the ADU standard plan will be completed by later this year. So we're really excited about that. And yeah, this will not only help the community, but this will help staff as well. So thank you.
Okay.
May I make a comment really quick?
Sure.
Only recently, when we first heard the RENA numbers, remember, I hope and pray that we could use our ADUs to count towards ARENA numbers. And now that it actually happened, that we're able to, I think it's really important that if we help that process, then we're actually helping ourselves. And that's going to be counted towards the RENA numbers. So, just want to be reminded of that.
Thank you, and let me go back to Councilmember Menzo, and then next is Councilmember West, and then Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Thank you, Mayor. I got a quick question. Do you have an average time to process it? Like what you're kind of typically doing now?
I would say on average, the average ADU, when it gets submitted for formal construction plan check, it takes around 3 rounds of review. So the first round, we typically take 4 weeks, and then all the subsequent reviews after that take 2 weeks. So that's about 60 days for when it's in the city's court.
Mm-hmm.
That's not including all the time that the applicant has the plans in order to make their revisions.
Okay. And do we have a kind of looking what other agencies, surrounding agencies, what their timeline is? Do you have that info?
Well, per state law, we have to approve them in 60 days.
60 days, okay.
Yeah.
And then typically right now, let me rephrase this. Other agencies, when applicants come to the counter, do we have like basic guidelines that we can hand applicants as far as setbacks and things of that nature?
Yeah, part of the guide that was developed includes two matrices that are at the end of the guide that kind of summarizes the development standards that are applicable to ADUs. There's one for single family and then there's one for multifamily.
Okay. One of the other things that we need to make sure, and this has to do with planning, but this is a assistant city manager question as far as on the conditions of approval on these ADU plans. Is our staff making sure that all the conditions are met when staff is out in the field inspecting these ADUs?
Yes, there's a checklist that our inspectors follow, but based on some recent comments that we've received from the public over the last year, we're implementing and having Justin Nguyen, our building official, revisit the checklist to make sure that other issues that have come up are resolved. For example, portable restrooms for workers, things of that nature, are being looked at.
And and I'm assuming I haven't seen any plans for ADU from our city, but and this is our building department. I'm assuming he's going to be placing these Title 24 codes into these plans as well. And are those Title 24 codes being met and inspected out there in the field?
Yes. So when you're talking about the standard plan, right?
Yes.
Yeah, the standard plan is going to have Title 24, green building. It's going to have everything compliant with the building code. So it won't be a complete package. The package will be about 80% complete. The homeowner will still have to do about 20% because, again, each property is unique. So they'll have to at least prepare a existing site plan, a proposed site plan to show where they're going to be placing the ADU on their property. So a little bit of work still on their side to do. But yeah, it will be a complete construction package that includes Title 24 and Green Building Code.
Okay, and then when we're done with the standardized plans, can we bring them back to council or at least so we can view them?
Oh, before they're finalized?
Or no, after they're finalized? I just want to make sure the council has an opportunity to view them when they're done.
If that is the desire of the council, yes, we'll bring them to you, yes.
Yes, I would like to see them. And just a comment, it's like, yes, I know with some of the comments that I heard from resident Jessica and then Lost to Know and some other members of the community. Yeah, personally, I'm not a big fan of them, but I know there is a purpose for them if they're done correctly and they're done for the right purpose. Ms. Jessica Lost to Know's example is a perfect example where it's a personal reason and it's helping a family. My personal view on it is that when it's done as a business and it's bringing, like in my neighborhood, there's 3 of them and they're all businesses and there's always some sort of feud between the main dwelling and the ADU and it's constant. That's just my personal experience with them and it's not fun to live in a street like that. And, there's always plus and minuses to everything. But anyways, thank you for the update and look forward to seeing the final plans, standardized plans. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Manzo. Next, Councilmember West.
Yes, can you come back to me?
Okay.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The question for you is, I assume that when council passed this 3.4, in the future we are going to accept the manufactured ADU to be placed on the site, right? If
You're talking about prefabricated ADUs? Prefabricated units?
right.
We do that now. They can do that now.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Mayor, if possible, I would like staff to answer the question that you have.
What is the question?
Can you repeat your question when you when you're up here to? Okay, please.
Louis Beck again. So you're asking about what my question was regarding the ADUs?
You can address your question to staff right here.
Parking. the house next to us is now like a duplex, has 7 vehicles, a taco trailer parked in the driveway, and a van that doesn't move in the driveway. And they put cement on their front yard, 2/3 of their front yard. And I was told that you're not supposed to park on it, that the concrete was because of the drought system that you guys allowed so that we wouldn't be watering lawns, that it was okay to concrete your front yard. But you were not allowed to park on that concrete or on your front yard. And our neighbors do that constantly. They won't park out on the street, they park off. I don't want to get into it, but anyway. That's because it's a rental. I honor you and family, 100%, okay? And I think that's what it's really supposed to be about. But when it becomes a business, rentals, renters normally don't care about the property, they don't care how it looks. But anyway, isn't that my understanding of the pouring the concrete on the front yard?
For property located in the single-family residential R1 zone, parking is permitted on the driveway or the paved areas within the front yard.
Okay, so if they added this concrete on there, but that's not what I was told, so I should go to the planning department and ask that question again and see if
Yes.
there's a code regarding?
Maybe
Thank you.
we need to learn a little bit more
Yeah.
specifics about the scenario you're asking about. So yeah, it might be good if you came down to the planning division and we can look specifically at that address.
Okay.
Maybe there's some
I
details.
want
If-
to.
About code enforcement?
If possible, Mr. Vice Mayor, I think that it's, I know that we have discussed about the parking issues about the ADU for ADU. I am sure that the planning department already have that in place. If you don't mind, let us take that offline so that we can discuss more about that. You are welcome to get in touch with the planning department to.
Yeah, sure, Mr.
So I
Mayor.
just have one other question regarding parking. So it says now that you can park tandem in your driveway. So does that mean, one car in front of the other? Does that mean they can now start blocking the sidewalks?
No, not at all.
All right.
Yeah, that becomes a safety issue.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, if your
you very much.
contact, if your contact information is on the speaker card, we can have staff reach out to you, because if it's an individual complaint for a particular property, we definitely need to take that offline, so,
Yes.
I've done that.
yeah, so
And
we
you
can,
guys have come in and done
Yeah.
it, but the parking is still an issue, and I'm going to call again about that. But let me tell you, I called code enforcement, everyone. They were wonderful. Kelly Kahn answered the phone, took my information, and the next day they were out. The next day I saw changes, so. Because I had a few
appreciate.
other complaints, not just the
Great.
ADUs.
Sure.
But this
Thank
is
you
my
very
first
much.
year to ever do that,
Okay.
so please don't
sure, well,
think
we
that I've
have your
been doing it
contact,
forever,
we'll
but
get your
They were
contact.
wonderful, okay,
All right.
wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you,
have
Mr. Mayor.
anything
Yeah,
else?
I'm okay, I'm good.
Well, if we look at, I have to say this. I was I was here when we talked about the ADU. For first phase, the phase number 1, I believe that Councilmember Menzo was there at the same time. And for the first phase, we move along very well, very well. And during that time, I know that it's low cost to, people can build, ADU left and right with a minimum, spending cost. I appreciate for that, but then it's limited to, it have certain limited. And later on, state open up and, easier, give us more availability or whatever you call that, for us to expand it from 800, from 1,000 to 1,200, and from 800 to 1,000, which opened up a can of worms, to be honest with you. At that time, they also, like Councilmember Ho said earlier, they don't even know exactly what they're doing, so they were confusing themselves. That lead to our staff, confuse a lot of things, but they did a very good job putting, it together according to what they understood from the documents. And for some reason, we didn't move, and you can see it from staff report and from staff updating us. And I believe as now we are ready to continue with the ADU. I don't see there is any, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think there is any stop from getting people to build ADU. I also understand that you have the models, three different models for them to choose, and then based on that models, you can approve it quicker, if I understand correctly. Can you clarify on that?
Yeah, there will be 4 different models. 4 different plans. 2 of the plans have 2 different layouts, so 6 plans in total.
Are those plans ready for residents or publics to come in and then choose any of those models? Are you ready yet for that?
Later this year, they'll be ready for release.
So basically, it's not ready yet, right? And later this year. Okay, thank you very much.
May I speak?
Yes, please.
I'm waving.
You right?
Yeah, may I
Okay.
speak? Or if she hasn't, then she's go first.
Yes,
Yeah, she
thank you.
hasn't got the chance. So, Councilmember West.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I heard earlier that you have a metric of those who want to do a ADU. Is that correct? Like a guideline where
Oh, yes.
I just feel like, there is, with the resident today, I feel like some are pro ADU, some are against. But what I'm hearing is, do we have things in place where we can make sure people don't take advantage of ADUs?
Yes, absolutely. We have, when we crafted the ADU ordinance, there was a great care in kind of thinking about both sides, the 2 sides you heard today from Ms. Beck and Ms. Lostino, trying to balance that in the overall ADU ordinance while still complying with state law, which does tie our hands a bit because there are a lot of things that the cities cannot do anymore. But we did what we could and when we crafted that ordinance to kind of balance those 2 sides.
Okay, I appreciate that. All right, and I guess that's all the question I have. Go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
I'd like to go back to Councilmember Ho. Do you have extra question, right?
Thank you. Staff, I just want to make sure that you don't take this as a complaint coming from me. The reason is because I know that you really worked really hard, and I can tell you that the developers are a lot happier. I haven't heard any complaints from the ADU developers in a long time. I mean, I think it's been a couple of years. And so now that you have it down to 60 days, going through the permitting process only take 60 days, and that makes them really happy. The reason I think it's important to pick this up, and as you are already doing that, is because, we do have more developments that we have to cater to, that you have to cater to, the developers such as Westminster Mall. And that's really important, for our economic growth, right, of our city. And so that's why I'm like, if we don't streamline, and this is just like, a way to streamline. I know you have to work with an architect or another architectural firm to design the 4 plans, right? We're not doing that in-house. We have to contract out with a firm. So that's the reason why I brought it up. But just so everybody knows that I remember the number ADUs we did in 2017 when it made the first year we passed, we only did 18. Our city did only 18 compared to 2023. You just gave me the number of 180. So it's like, 10 times. And I don't think you've increased the manpower, to 10 times. And I think that, so really kudos to you guys for doing a great job and really getting the permitting process down, to just 60 days. And so thank you for doing that.
Okay. Thank you very much. I truly believe that we have enough updates from staff. So with that, I will move to receive and file this report.
I second.
Okay, we have motion and second on the floor.
Okay, I have a motion from Mayor Nguyen, a second from Councilmember Ho, and this is to receive and file the report. Councilwoman Fan West,
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen,
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
5-0, motion carried.
Okay, before I go to the next item, this is something that I don't normally do, but I will make an exception today. I know that there is an important guest in our audience, and that is Mr. Mayor from the city of Garden Grove. Mr. Jones, please stand up so that we can appreciate that you are coming to our meeting today. Thank you, Mayor. Okay, we are going to the next item, which is 3.7. Mr. Vice Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, I decided to withdraw that.
Okay. With that, I believe that we still have that motion, right?
Yeah, we still need a
Yeah, we
motion.
still need a motion in a second. This was pulled separate for discussion, so
Okay.
no discussions
A
needed.
motion to
I
approve,
second.
to Stephen Farrell.
3.7.
Okay, so I have a motion made by Mayor
Two-
Nguyen and a
3.7.
second by Councilwoman
Yeah.
Fan West.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Fan West,
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen,
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
5-0, motion carried.
Okay. Next is to approve the whole consent calendar.
No, we already did that.
We did? Oh, okay. All right. Thank you. Yes, I forgot about it. Thank you very much. Moving on to public hearings items. Would you please read that instruction into the record, please, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mayor. Anyone wishing to speak on an open public hearing may speak in person. Speakers during public hearing comments will each have 3 minutes to speak on each public hearing item. Any person wishing to address the City Council in person should complete a green speaker slip that is provided at the entrance to the council chambers and submit the card to the city clerk. When your name is called, please step to the podium at that time and state your name and city of residency for the record.
Thank you very much. So this item is 4.1, continue from July 12, 2023, regular meeting. City Council review of the Planning Commissioner's approval of case number 2022-0370 for a conditional use permit to establish an elderly day healthcare center and development review to make minor site improvements located at 82891 Westminster Boulevard. First, I'd like to ask for staff report.
Thank you, Mayor. Council members, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to introduce Sandy Kim, our Associate Planner, who will walk us through a detailed presentation regarding this project. Sandy?
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and thanks. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the council. This is a presentation for planning case number 2022-0370 involving a conditional use permit and development review located at 8291 Westminster Boulevard. The proposed project site is located near northeast corner of Westminster Boulevard and Monroe Street, and is developed within a L-shaped office building. The subject parcel is currently developed with a 2-story, 17,000 square foot office building and 79 parking spaces on site. The site development is designed for office uses. The site was previously occupied by law offices, tax services, social services, tutoring center, and similar other office uses. The subject building design and site orientations do not support the general retail shopping center, since the subject building does not have storefronts nor the sign areas above the tenant spaces. Pursuant to Westminster Code 17.260, the proposed elderly daycare center is permitted in a residential and commercial zones with an approval of a CUP, which is a conditional use permit. Conditional use permits are intended to allow for specific activities and uses identified in the zoning code. The conditional use permit analysis include compatibility, configuration of the site, design, location, and potential impacts, and suitability of the uses to the site and the surrounding uses. The proposed care center provides supervision of elderly person 55 years old and older with chronic illness or disability.
Going forward, I will refer to the proposed Elderly Day Health Care Center as the Care Center or Elderly Care Center. Additionally, pursuant to the code, 17.520, which addresses the development review process, the proposed property improvements require an approval of the development review process to ensure compliance with the city's rehab development standards and design guidelines. The applicant is proposing to repaint the entire, the applicant is proposing to repaint the entire building, enhance landscaping areas, replace all windows and doors, provide new trash receptacles, and construct a new 800 square foot metal canopy over the passenger loading and unloading area. The Care Center provides services such as on-site meals, educational sessions, physical exercise, social and recreation activities, and personal coordinated care. Since the development code does not have a parking standard for elderly care centers, the parking demand study was analyzed for the project. Based on the parking study, the project's need for the project is 71 parking spaces, and this includes 15 parking spaces for shuttle vans, 8 spaces for medical uses, and 40 spaces for all employees. The project site provides a total of 79 parking spaces, which provides 8 surplus parking spaces. Staff has analyzed the proposed elderly care center and determined that the project is permitted land use with the approval of a conditional use permit in all residential and commercial zones. Proposed use is not anticipated to negatively impact the surrounding areas and uses. The project site provides more adequate parking spaces on site. As indicated, there are 8 surplus parking spaces. The proposed center will provide a unique services to the needs of the aging community and their families in the community. The proposed property improvements comply with all regulations and standards. The project is consistent with the city's general plan and zoning code. During the Planning Commission meeting of May 3rd, 2023, the applicant spoke in support of the project and no one spoke in opposition. However, the Planning Commission added 2 additional conditions of approval to refurbish existing landscape planters and install surveillance cameras, and voted to approve the project, the case number 2022-0370 by 5-0 vote. Since the Vice Mayor Nam Kwan requested for a review of the project, the Mayor and the City Council may uphold, modify, or overturn the Planning Commission's approval by making specific findings of fact. This concludes my presentation, and I can answer any questions you may have. Additionally, the applicant is here in the audience, and they can answer any specific questions regarding the operation of their center.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Next is the Mayor and City Council question for staff. Before I open up for questions, I just want to mention that there were questions, I don't know where it came from, but I know that there was a question that, well, if this project's already approved by Planning Commissioner, why does it have to approve again by the City Council? I just want to let you know that as a City Council members, we are all responsible to make sure everything discussed and approved, and we are satisfied with that, and we are responsible for that, and we have to do our job diligently. It doesn't mean that, I don't want to discount the decision made by the Planning Commissioner, but at the same time, before we approve the project, we want to make sure that we look at thoroughly so that it will benefit for the city as well as for the community. So that's the reason why I appreciate that Vice Mayor Nam Kwan pulled this item so that we can take a look at that. And it's all up to the council to discuss and decide based on this. So for question for the staff, I'd like to open up for Vice Mayor to have the question for staff.
Yes, actually, I have several questions to ask, but I don't know if staff can answer this, because most likely this is involved into the ambulance thing. Okay, but I would like to ask the Chief of Staff, the OCFA chief, if he's here. But
So he
He's not
is
here.
not here. We have representation from OCFA, but he's not familiar with the case.
Can you go ahead and pose the question?
sure,
to see if,
sure, go ahead. Yeah, I just asked what I have here,
Yeah,
and maybe staff can answer.
sure.
Okay, the reason that I pulled this project is my most concern about is the healthy of our citizens, our residents, because I think when we add a new facility into our population, into our city, it's going to require more and more service, especially because this is the elderly care center. We need more and more ambulance service for this. Okay, my first question is, taking into account that our cities currently enter into an urgent contract for the ambulance service, it's my understanding that the price for the ambulance service went way up, maybe like more than 100%. Correct me if I'm wrong.
That's correct.
And so we had to execute a short-term contract with a company called Emergency Ambulance to ensure that we had enough ambulance service over the next year, while the city conduct a long-term IFP. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. My second question, how many ambulances were provided under the old ambulance contract?
I believe 2.
Okay. Thank you, Chief. Third question, how many are being provided under the new short-term contract with the emergency?
The same, 2.
All right, thank you. Question 4, what will happen if we have a larger emergency event and more than 2 ambulances are required? I'm trying to determine that if we allow this new facility to open, what impact will it have on our emergency ambulance response?
I can imagine that it'll probably require additional services for ambulance. It just depends.
Okay, so question 5, let me ask. If we add this senior facility to the city, will it likely create an increase in the need for emergency medical services?
Potentially, yes.
All right, question 6. Because this is a facility focused on helping seniors who are unable to care for themselves during the day. So given their advanced age, I would assume that senior facilities tend to get more calls about like emergency call for ambulance than other businesses in the city. Is that correct?
Yes.
Question 7, would the additional of this facility create a strain on the city emergency transportation system in any way?
You're talking ambulance services?
Right.
I would imagine yes.
Okay. Okay, question 8, correct me if I'm wrong. I think it is common sense that there will be a bigger demand for emergency 911 services if a facility is treating seniors who cannot take care of themselves as compared to other businesses in the city. Is that correct?
I imagine there would be an increase in calls for services, yes.
Thank you. Question 9. Isn't it true that even among facilities that are designed to care for seniors, the likelihood of 911 emergency services being required will increase depending on what kind of care is being provided at the facility?
Yes.
Yeah, example, if this was just a city senior center, the likelihood of a 911 call is lower than it will be at this proposed facility, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Beside all the question, I'd like to see in number how many senior centers that currently exist within the boundary of City of Westminster, and how many emergency calls this senior center accounted for in the last 2 years, comparing to the emergency calls that came from the rest of the city population. And I would like to know what impact it will have on our emergency ambulance response time window if not only 1, but 2 or 3 or 4 senior care center, similar to this one, was added to our city in the next 1 or 2 or 3 years. Yeah, that's my request.
We will work on that.
Okay.
All right, thank you very much. I believe that this item is also seconded by Councilmember West, so I would like to go ahead and
I
recognize
didn't
you.
second it, but I do have questions, if I can go.
Okay,
and ask
go ahead.
question. Thank you. Okay, so I have a question okay, so 360 PACE. I mean, when I read your proposal, your background to this program, also the services, I guess whoever is the spokesperson for 360 PACE, can you come up? So
No, not right now.
Right now, staff
Right now, it's
question.
just
staff?
the mayor and city council question for staff.
Okay, then staff can answer the staff report then. When it says to qualify for the PACE program, the individual must live in PACE service area, do you mean only those that live in the city of Westminster?
No, the applicant probably could provide better explanation of it. However, based on the location of the center, there's a radius that makes the qualifications.
So basically, you're saying they don't have to live in Westminster, they have to live
Within the
within the
radius.
area. Okay, yeah, maybe I can ask them later. I'll save all these questions for them later because it pertains to them.
To their
So,
operation.
Mr. Mayor, I'll
Yeah,
ask later.
Before I ask Councilmember Menzo, I just want to follow up with that. When you say within the area, what happens if that area is past the boundary of the city limit? Is it going to be included, let's say, for Garden Grove or other cities, Stanton for some, are we going to exclude them, or we are going to take them too?
I do not know how it works. If a participant who wants to qualify for the PACE program, if they're out of the area, I understand that there is not a whole lot of PACE centers.
Okay.
I do understand that based on the communication with the applicant, there is one in Garden Grove, and Westminster will be the next one
Well,
around
my
here.
question is that I will reserve this question for public later on, or for the applicant. But let's say it costs over within the area that you're talking about, but a different city, that means we are serving a different city on our cost for everything that he just mentioned. What happened, if that happened, then we are serving elderly. I have nothing against the elderly, and I appreciate the good work that your staff put in. And I want to thank the planning commissioner, been working on this. And I want to thank the applicant, looking into this. But we want to make sure that everything, is clear. And so I don't want to, serve on our limited budget. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay, so next I want to open up for Councilmember Menzel.
Thank you, Mayor. I just got a couple quick questions, and then I'd like to hear from the applicant. In theory, I know that we have a really large senior population here in our city. And I know over the past, there's been at least 3 that I know that I've visited for groundbreaking, ribbon cutting ceremonies. There were medical clinics that were open for our city that kind of, their main focus was seniors. So in theory, couldn't those medical clinics require emergency services? I mean, I'm asking a question that I already know the answer to, that yes, I mean, anybody that's in our city, if there's an emergency exists, then we have to answer that call. And like I said, I've been to at least 3 of them where there are new medical clinics that were open here that would, if needed, require emergency services. Any person visiting our city, shopping in our city, if they require an emergency, we would have to answer, correct?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So this new business, like you mentioned earlier, there's a radius. So if those folks who are qualify for to participate in this new business, if they required emergency services at home, we would need to answer as well, correct? So regardless if they're at this facility or they're at home, we would still have to answer.
Yes.
Okay.
I suppose,
Yeah.
in comparison, like a daycare center,
Yeah.
a child daycare center, I suppose, like you indicated.
Currently, in our Deputy Chief Upstill, you mentioned that we have 2 ambulances dedicated to our city. If the emergency were to arise, where we will require more, what do we currently do? Will we have another neighboring jurisdiction assist?
Mutual aid, yeah, request mutual aid.
And that's just standard across the board?
Yeah.
Okay. And this facility is based on just the plans. I looked through them quickly. All the emergency requirements are in the conditions of approval, all emergency exit, everything designed into this new business is going to be implemented, correct? Emergency exits, emergency signs, anything that has to do that needs for ADA, everything.
That is correct. The project will require to go through another round of fire review and approval, and they will go through the building plan checks and inspections prior to opening.
Okay. That's all I got for now, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Ho.
This is really quite interesting why it was pulled for review, but I do appreciate your reason. And I was just thinking that, every land use basically, land use is approved by right, correct? And then if it's not written that it's for a purpose, if you want to use it for a different purpose than what was approved or what is approved, then you go through the CUP, right? Conditional use permit. So these folks are approved, and then it says here, elderly day healthcare facilities are permitted by City Zoning Code, Title 17. of the Westminster Municipal Code, and with the conditional, the approval of conditional permit. So it's just like myself and Councilmember Manzo. I know I was on the planning commission for, I don't know, about 4 years, and you, 8 years. So I just feel like, okay, you know, people have to jump through hoops to dot their i's, cross their t's, meet every little detail, and including hiring K2 to do the, you know, their parking studies, and that's a lot of money, and that's a lot of, you know, jumping through a lot of hoops. So basically, you know, if you, I don't know if we're in a position to say, I approve your conditional use permit, but if you use X amount, or if you start using X amount of 911 calls, or if you exceed a certain amount of calls, you would have to pay extra to the city. I've never seen that. I don't know if our city would be in a position to stipulate something like that to go along with a CUP. So that, to me, I've not heard, and I think this would be a question for our city attorney, Bettenhausen, and I know you've been my attorney when I was on the planning commission. So is there such a thing? I mean, should we do something like that? Would we be liable for if they feel like, hey, you know, we're infringing on their rights? Because what about other businesses? And it becomes like an unfair advantage. This is unfair competition. This is unfair advantage for what? So I'm asking.
You know, typically, we don't charge for police or fire services. That's just one of the services that we provide under our general services, and we don't charge people for that.
Can we stipulate that, hey, you know, you got to stay under, and this is the reason why I'm not giving you the CUP, or I'm not approving this. I'm going to, you know, reverse.
So this is a conditional use permit, so it's not by right. You evaluate, it's conditional, and you look at the particular situation and what impacts it has, and based on those impacts, you decide whether it's an appropriate location for that use.
But what are my limits to the impact? What am I allowed? So if I assess that I project that they're going to have, or should I say predict, and who can predict how many 911 calls they're going to have? And then if we were to say, well, I think I project that they're going to have more than 1,000, which is a lot more than the average, and so therefore this is grounds to reverse this decision. Would we be liable?
Well, any decision is subject to challenge, and it depends on whether it was reasonable and based on the facts, looking at the actual facts as to what the uses are around it, what's the general plan designation, what the zone is, looking at, you know, like I said, surrounding uses. There's a lot of factors that you would look at, but really the council needs to evaluate this use in this location as to whether it's appropriate, because it's put into the code as a conditional use permit, meaning it's not always appropriate in every situation. And
but you heard exactly what we're alleging that is not appropriate. So you, as a city attorney, have to protect our city. So that's why the unknown is the reason why I'm asking you. So if we go and, you know, do something that I've never seen this done, you know, to not approve some conditional use.
I would suggest that because it's a public hearing, we really should listen to the applicant.
Sure.
And then start having these kinds of discussions.
Yes, I'd like to respond to Councilmember Ho. I don't think there is any decision-making yet. It's just that he questioning staff. And so, you know, and that's it. So we can't conclude that one way or the other. I believe that you already spoke, and it's now my turn. I know that we have an ordinance for reasons. And the ordinance from the city specifically said what location, what area for what. And so we, when they put in the general plan or the ordinance for all those, they already look at a certain location for certain use. And if you are using different than what is specified, then the CUP is needed. Okay? So for this location here, for me, I think that, it's right at the front of the corridor. I don't feel...
Mayor,
Yes.
it's really important
okay.
that
All right, okay.
we listen to public comment before we reach any kind
Sure,
of
okay.
conclusion
All
on
right,
this.
at this point,
So I want to be careful there.
thank you very much. And thanks for reminding me. If I have to ask the staff for question, then first of all, have staff, those staff knows that if the applicant have similar facilities operated already in any other places than what they're applying for. Have you invested in that?
No,
Okay.
no.
So basically, we don't know how they are operating the business here in the city of Westminster. Is that a fair question to ask?
Excuse me, if I could help Sandy with an answer on that. What typically happens is an applicant comes and works with planning and provides them with what their vision of what how they're going to operate. So they provided us with a concept, and they answered very detailed questions about how it was going to operate, and then that information was then processed through a professional traffic and parking firm. But it's theoretical numbers, to answer your question.
Okay.
Yes.
Then another question that I have earlier, I would like to circle back on that, was have you looked at the area that is crossed the boundary that you're talking about? Is it within the city of Westminster, or is going to go to the next city also?
I believe the boundary extends beyond Westminster city boundaries. However,
You believe, or you sure about it?
I've seen the aerial map, so it does go over outside the city boundaries.
So, okay, it
And-
does go
yes.
outside the city.
However, based on the applicant, and they could probably provide better explanations, but they indicated to, the city that their objective is to obtain 90% of their clients within Westminster.
Okay.
So you could verify that question with the applicant.
Okay.
If I could suggest, I know, because we don't do public hearings like this too often, and I know we do have some newer council members, but when we have a public hearing like this, we open it up, we let the applicant speak, we let people in favor or
Sir.
against speak, and then you can ask the applicant questions about whatever they said. You can invite them back up and say, any of these questions that you're asking right now, because they may be the ones who have the best answers to these
Sir,
questions.
I appreciate for your recommendation, but I am following the agenda here. It is at the point where mayor and city council question for staff, and I'm questioning the staff right now. So, at this point here, I will end the mayor and city council question for staff, and I'm going to public comment. So I will open up for public comment.
Our first public speaker is Terry Raines. I did not receive a public
No,
speaker
if the
card.
applicant want to speak, they fill out the form too, right?
I'll go ahead and speak, and then, because they didn't, I'm sorry. They probably didn't know they needed to.
Hello, Vice Mayor Nguyen. You must be a big fan of government overreach and litigation against our city. There's absolutely no legally allowable reason to reverse the Planning Commission's decision on case 2022-0370, a CUP to establish a PACE-affiliated elderly day health care center at 8291 Westminster Boulevard, which they approved 5-0 on May 3rd. Nam Kwan, you either don't understand what the applicant is proposing or you simply don't care. Your stated reason in writing for this review, quote, the proposed project, a PACE facility with exclusive online medical treatments for only enrolled seniors, should be further vetted as it will generate more vehicle traffic to this already busy transportation corridor, end quote. What a stretch from reality that statement is, and there's no mention about emergency services or ambulance stuff. There won't be more vehicle traffic from this use, other than the vans that will deliver and pick up the seniors at staggered times and a maximum of 20 employees per shift, many of whom may carpool or take public transportation to and from work. 3 or 4 vans driving to and from the center at one time is certainly not going to increase traffic congestion on Westminster Boulevard. A traffic impact assessment and parking analysis was already done by K2 Traffic Engineering and submitted to the city on behalf of the applicants. Read it. PACE is a wonderful program that provides comprehensive medical and social services to frail, elderly people, our most vulnerable residents, helping them avoid going into nursing homes and saving the state up to $19 million per year. Nam Kwan, we know you want to reverse this decision to further your political support by doing a solid for your masters. Did you even watch the May 3rd Planning Commission meeting? Because I did. Or did you just receive filtered information from your puppets on the commission, perhaps Tony Bowie and Alan Hamadi? I made similar comments at last week's Planning Commission meeting, as most commissioners were not aware of this hearing. You don't understand facts. There won't be visitors to the center. You cannot put surveillance cameras inside patient areas, ever hear of HIPAA, and all patient loading and unloading will be done near the rear of the site. The applicant did agree to 2 additional conditions. 1, adding concrete curbing to all existing landscaped areas, and 2, adding exterior surveillance cameras to the facility. I spoke with the applicants at length during the July 12th City Council meeting. The public hearing was noticed for that date. They waited over 4 hours only to be told after 10 p.m. that their hearing would be pushed to this meeting. And all of you wonder why businesses and developers don't want to come to our city. Stop jacking them around. Council, do what's right and legal here. Do not put our city at risk for more costly litigation. Take no action tonight, or more formally, approve the resolution upholding the Planning Commission's decision. As far as emergency services go, so I forgot how many beds. It's 80-something, I think, or 80, I can't remember the number of patients. But if 90% of those are Westminster residents anyway, doesn't matter if they have a heart attack in their house or they have a heart attack over there, they're going to need emergency services from our city. There's already a mutual aid agreement in place. That's a ridiculous thing, not even stated on your written reason for this review. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Deborah Mariscal.
Good evening again. That particular building has been empty probably for 3 years. It's been boarded up. There were quite a few businesses there because I walk my dogs over there. There was a facility prior to COVID that had patients that were developmentally disabled, and they were Asian only. And there were quite a few because they would come over into the park. When I would walk my dogs, they get excited because they saw the dogs. I don't know how much emergency services they would have needed. I wouldn't expect that it would be much more than what we have currently. I do agree that we should move forward on this. The property is an eyesore, had a lot of homeless there. I understand from a couple of the police officers that I've spoken to that the inside is pretty much trashed. So I would like to see something happen positive with that property. The other thing is, this morning as I was walking my dogs on Newland, I was able to call the police department because 2 guys OD'd on the street and they were on the sidewalk, and I was able to call. So I don't think there's going to be much difference in services for the elderly versus services for the homeless and the people that are overdosing. Thank you.
Our next speaker is from 360 PACE, Luke.
Hi, Mayor. Hi, Council. Just want to clarify a little bit. So I'm Luke Darazi, I'm CEO for 360 PACE. PACE is a little bit different from an adult daycare health center that you may be familiar with, in that PACE is also a payer. I know there's concerns about payment for ambulance services. PACE will pay for ambulance services, so that's a covered benefit for enrollees. Also related just to increase or decrease in emergency services, these are elderly residents that primarily live in your community. We're targeting 90%, like Sandy said, 90% of the enrollees will be from the city of Westminster. The boundaries do extend beyond Westminster, about a 5-mile radius. There's about 18 zip codes that we're getting approved from or for to serve, but 90% of our target population will be residents of Westminster. And so the point being is that if the point of the PACE program and the center is to keep these seniors that are frail healthy and receiving care at the center with on-site physician, on-site providers, on-site nurses, so that there is a decrease in emergency services. We want to keep people thriving and healthy in your community, and so that is the point of the center. And then I think, I don't remember if there's another question, but I'm happy to take questions afterwards, but I just wanted to clarify that, and we are excited to be a part of the Westminster business community and to bring healthcare services to the community, so thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jessica.
Hello, again, I hadn't planned on speaking tonight. I wanted to let you know, Vice Mayor, that I have a lot of respect for your position and for you as an individual, and I want to make sure that we understand your position, because it's being communicated that you don't want this service for our citizens, for our seniors, which we have a need for. We definitely have a need for this. This will keep our seniors healthy, and it will keep our seniors out of nursing homes. It'll keep them with their families. And you don't want to provide it, perhaps, but I could be wrong, and I'm just giving you an opportunity to know so that maybe you could address it later, because you're worried that we might have to pay a little bit more for ambulance for other people. And I could be wrong. I just wanted to make sure that you understood what perhaps people are understanding. We have a need. We have a place where we can meet this need, and we want to make sure that we're not unfulfilling this need because a few ambulances might be needed. I just wanted to make sure that you understood where we're coming from. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Clayton.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and the council persons of City Westminster. You might have known me as Dr. Clayton Chow. I'm the former Orange County Healthcare Agency Director and the health officer for the county for the last 3 years during the pandemic. I'm now a consultant for 360 PACE. Just want to assure you that any physician who open an office in the city of Westminster will bear the risk of having patients that need 911 services. Any physician who open an office in the city of Westminster to provide care for patients, especially people with chronic health condition, will also have a risk of having to call 911 if the patient show up to their office, has the need to go, right? And so I'm sure you would not ask them to come in front of you to get permission to open their offices here in Orange County. The city of Irvine will be the next well-known city in the country with most healthcare facility here in the United States. You know that. All the hospital, all the physician is pouring into the city of Irvine. PACE has been shown to be a very effective all-inclusive services for seniors, especially frail senior, keeping them out of the hospital, keeping them out of the nursing home, and keeping them home with their family, because at the PACE site, there's a whole comprehensive team of physician nurses is there to take care of them. Only when they need to be hospitalized will an ambulance will be dispatched to take them to the hospital. And even then, it would not be your city ambulance unless your city ambulance wants to contract with PACE, because PACE does pay for ambulance services. So I just want to assure you that is much needed. I used to live in Westminster. I don't live in Westminster anymore. I live in Fountain Valley, but I was so excited when the Cal Optima Health Plan approved for another state, another PACE program here in our county, because we have plenty of seniors that need that kind of level of services, but there's not enough PACE services available in this county. So I applaud you to consider this, and I strongly recommend you to really approve this, because you have a lot of seniors, especially Vietnamese senior, Latinx senior, that need a lot of health services. And if they don't speak English, you know how it is, how difficult it is to navigate the healthcare system in Orange County. So that's all I would like to say and inform you all. Thank you.
May I
Can we hear the public comments and then we can come back?
May I ask him a quick question, though?
We
Is
can,
that
we can,
oh,
you can
okay.
call
We
them
can ask
up later.
questions
All
now.
right.
That's what they're here for.
Mayor, I have no further
City
speaker
Attorney, we
cards.
can ask them questions now, can we?
You can, it's up to the mayor.
We
Sometimes you
can-
can wait to the end.
Well, you can, when we discuss about it, you can call them back and ask questions. But at this point here, why don't we listen all the comments first? So, do you have anything else?
We have no further
Okay,
speaker cards.
we're done. We're done with the comments. So with that, I close the public comment unless the council member asks for you to come up to answer the questions. Next is the mayor and council member discussions. And I know that I'm always last, so I'm going to first now for the discussion. I'm going to take that chance.
That's fine.
Okay.
That's perfectly fine.
I wanted to thank the city attorney stopped me when I was talking about the location. Because I understand our general plan or ordinance, when we look at different locations, we know that that location specify for specific use. And if the use is right, then we don't need the CUP. Only we use outside of the condition, then we need to have the CUP accompany with that. To me, this location right here is in front of the city and is also in the main corridor for the city of Westminster, which is Westminster Boulevard. I would think, if it were me, I would think that it's better for us to have different type of business that we already specify. If this, I want to let you know that I'm not against the applicant of having this in the city of Westminster. What I don't feel comfortable is this location. If it's inside or different location, I think it's better, because I don't want to see that number of vans coming in. I saw in the report, number of vans coming in the morning, number of vans coming out, and number of vans coming back in, while we are having this location specified for commercial use. I would like to see different offices in that building instead of this elderly care. And so with that, I feel like, why we are deviate from the general plan for specific use for the CUP and CUP for a different use. I just don't feel comfortable with that. Like I said, if it is another location with the inside a little bit more or a different location, I would bravo for it. I would go for it. I have no question about it. With that, I just leave it there. I don't feel comfortable until we actually make sure that we have other plan. There's no other plans, or should we look into different places for this? at this point here, I am not saying that I disagree, or I would not approve, or approve. I would say that I am still thinking about our general plan and specific use that we already identify, and that's my point. I'd like to go back to the, I hope that I don't say anything out of the scope
No. I think, yeah, you're floating ideas out at this point. One suggestion I would have would be that to get all the questions out of the way first,
right,
and then have the council deliberate because you want to get all the facts into the record, close it, and then make a decision. Talk amongst yourself as to what you.
So right now we are in a mayor and council member discussion. Okay, in this discussion, if I have a question, I will call you up and question you. If any council member here, when it's their turn, when they recognize, they can do that. So I don't have any problem with that. And if there is additional question from the council, then let it be. With that, I will turn to Councilmember West and recognize you for your turn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can I call the representative up to answer a couple questions? Thank you. Okay, so under the part where it says qualification for the PACE program, individual must live in the area. So you said it was confirmed that it will be surrounding area.
Correct.
Not only Westminster, you answered that 90% will be in the city of Westminster.
Correct.
Now, I guess my question is, what are the age group you starting to accept into the program?
55 and older.
55 and older,
Yes.
okay. And then what are the hours of your services?
8 to 5, Monday through Friday.
Okay. And then also, you mentioned about that PACE will cover the ambulance services.
Correct.
Now, when you mentioned, I guess your representative mentioned about how the city can partner up with PACE for the ambulance services.
Yes.
How does that, what does that entail, and what do you mean by that?
So we have to build what's called network adequacy, right? And it's specialists, including ambulance services and things like that. And so we could, and I don't know how the city works, and so just if you can bear with me. But if the city provides ambulances, then we could enter into a contract where then PACE pays whatever rate that we come to agreement with to be the service provider of ambulance services for the center. And I want to clarify, the center's hours are 8 to 5, Monday through Friday. PACE provides care 24/7. We have, and that's in-home. So this is in-home care. We've got physicians on call, providers on call, and things like that. So it kind of extends just beyond the actual center. I know we're discussing the location of the center right now.
Right, awesome.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good to know. I guess if you can give us more information later regarding the ambulance service, how the contract would work.
Sure.
And then what
Yeah,
you'll cover. And then also, the other question is, so you're saying it's kind of like a daycare, right, for adults?
The center is, yes.
Yes. And so say, do they just stay within that area, or can they walk over to City Hall, and if they fall, then what happened? Like, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
it's on our property now,
Right.
so basically you're saying we supposed to take care of them, right?
No, so
Or
we would.
Can
we
they
would,
leave
yeah,
the campus?
they would not be unsupervised, right? They will not leave the campus. From the interior, we have what's called delayed egress exits. So obviously we follow all the fire codes and things like that, but there's exit entry doors that have delayed egress where they alarm if someone is trying to kind of leave the facility, right? So they're always, patients are always supervised. These are ambulatory patients, and so they'll always be with a supervised clinician.
Okay.
Supervising.
I love to hear that you guys are trying to help senior citizen from going to the nursing home.
Correct.
Because I mean, used to go to nursing home with a college group that I take.
Yeah.
And I know what it's like in there, and it's really sad when, senior citizens don't even have their family come and visit them because they don't have time. So with your program, PACE, I feel like you guys are getting them on their feet.
Correct.
Different activities.
Correct.
And I do like that, and I like how you're monitoring them, making sure they have the medicine that they need throughout the day from 8 to 5.
Correct.
And to get them the exercise and the routine that they need to keep them healthy. So I do like that.
Yeah.
That might prolong them another 5,
Absolutely.
6, 7 years before, the homes, the
Absolutely.
senior homes.
You'd be a great spokesperson for PACE. That is exactly the outcome that we want. We want to keep patients with their families in their homes as long as it's possible. They come to the center to get other needs met, right? Socialization skills being one, right? Mental health and physical health needs addressed in a proactive way versus an emergent system, right? Where they would require then hospitalization, perhaps then go nursing home, and then we know what happens from there, right? Kind of a degradation of their condition.
Right. And I do see here that you have different, like you accept those who are eligible or patient who are Medi-Cal or Medicare.
Correct.
Now, what if those who pay privately, they don't have Medi-Cal or Medicare, do you accept them as well? And are there different fees for them?
There's an
The
ability
services?
to, if they don't have Medi-Cal or Medicare, an ability to pay private pay cash. But what we find in this population is that we are targeting the at-risk, primarily lower income seniors, right? Because seniors at that age kind of, have income issues, right? And can typically qualify what we call dual eligible, right? They'll have Medicare and they can qualify for Medi-Cal typically.
Okay. But those who don't have it, they will pay a fee that you guys have for them,
Correct.
right?
Yeah.
Okay. And then they will also have the same coverage as well?
Correct. Correct.
Okay.
Yep. Same benefits. Yes.
That's good. Well, I do see the benefit in having this. It does prolong, and since I, been to the senior homes, I see and I know what it's like. And so I appreciate that you guys have the service in our city.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I'm done, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Next is Councilmember Menzo.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just had a quick legal question as far as the process of the meeting. Correct me if I'm wrong, City Attorney, but in order for us to call the applicant back up, we need to reopen the public hearing.
The hearing should be open while we're taking in facts. And
Yeah,
then-
but we
and
closed
then-
the public hearing.
Yeah, so if we've closed it, then we should open it while we're taking questions, and then close it, and then have council discussion.
Oh, okay. So can we open public, if there's going to be any more questions for the applicant, we need to open it back up again? Some of these questions are for staff, so do we have other businesses of this type in our city, elderly care centers? Do we know?
Yes, I'm not quite sure exactly total number that we have approved and whether they're still actively running their business at the locations. I don't have the information. But what I do know is that we did approve one in 2021.
And which one is that?
I believe that's off Beach Boulevard.
I
Yeah,
believe
I
that
think
one's
there's-
called Westview. I think it's Westview.
Okay.
I'm not familiar with
But the answer is yes.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, obviously, this is like, we've made that pretty obvious that we do have a large senior population in our city, and as this was discussed by other council members and the applicant, is that, being active is really important for our mental health of our seniors, and when you're not mentally healthy, your depression, that also brings up other forms of conditions, physical conditions. So there is definitely a need for this in our community. If there is a concern from staff, from council, as far as like the architectural, appearance of this building, I noticed that on your design, where the vans are going to pull it into the business, I guess I would need the applicant to come answer this question. If that is a concern, right now it appears that it's going to be where the carport area is.
Correct.
It's going to be facing west.
I'm bad with, yeah, west, is that correct?
Correct?
Yeah.
And if that is a visual concern, is there a possibility to put that entrance, that carport where the vans will be parked to, bring patients in and out of the van? Would that be able to be moved to the north end of the elevation?
I think we're amenable to, and maybe speaking out of turn, we have our architect, but amenable to anything that meets the requirements by the planning department and whatnot.
I'm just going off of one of the comments made by council as far as the aesthetics of the operation.
Right.
Having the vans being visible from Westminster Boulevard, looking through the parking lot. If that is a concern, maybe they can be moved to the north elevation so you won't see them.
Absolutely, yeah.
If that is, that's just one observation that I have just from
Absolutely,
hearing.
and our plan is to get a vendor or outsource that as well, and we could have them park their vans on their lot as well, so they don't even need to be parked in that lot, only for pickup.
Can you explain that a little bit more? What do you mean?
Yeah, so contract with an outsourced transportation vendor that would have vans, that would be the drivers and have the vans. They would be obviously responsible for picking up and dropping off our patients, but while the patients were participating in programming during the day at the center, those vans could then move off property.
Off-site.
Yeah, to their lots, wherever their lots
Okay.
are. Yeah.
That's just going off of what I heard. And this is a question for our city attorney. So in order for council to reverse this decision of the planning commission, do we need to find a legal finding of fact for denial? Or can we just, as council, choose just because we don't like this use for this property?
The decision of the planning commission, it's vacated. It's a de novo review, as though, in a sense, it's in the record, but you don't have to, what you're doing is you're calling it up for a de novo, fresh review by the city council.
Okay.
So the council is looking at it in the first instance, is this particular use appropriate in this location?
Okay.
And you're being asked the same questions that were asked of the planning commission at that time. And yes, there should be factual support for your decision. Should be something that's supportable if it were challenged. So you have some facts in the records indicating that there are reasons why this is not an appropriate location.
Okay. That's all I got. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Ho. We are at the mayor and council member discussion.
Thank you, Mayor, and I ask that you be very patient with me, please. Could I ask Dr. Clayton Chow to come back up, please? Mr. Mayor?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, please.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Right now, I just want to mention that right now we are not opening up the public hearing. We are allowed to call the client for questions.
Yes, it would be just for that. Okay, there's something that you said, and I wanted to immediately ask you to clarify, but I wasn't allowed. And so if I may go back to your comments regarding that CalOptima approve another what?
Another PACE site. So
Another
in
PACE
order
site.
for PACE to be able to open in a county, the Medi-Cal health plan of that county has to approve it.
Okay, when you say another PACE, is there another PACE?
Yes, in Garden Grove, the
And is this-
CalOptima PACE.
Is this a CalOptima, does PACE, 360 PACE belong to CalOptima?
No.
No, it's an independent.
So in order for a PACE program to operate, because PACE is designed by the federal government to accept elderly who are vulnerable with both Medicare and Medicaid. So in order for PACE to operate, the Medicaid health plan have to give up that membership to the PACE center. So it means that if someone choose to come to a PACE program, the PACE program now is their payer. So they have to disenroll from their health plan. And that's why the local health plan has to approve for a PACE program to exist.
Thank you. And for me to make the connection between CalOptima and 360 PACE, I need to ask you, I know CalOptima serves around 1 million under, shall I say, lower income
It's
clients.
920,000, yes.
Yes. And so is 360 PACE a subset of, like, their membership, a
No,
subset
it's a
of that?
different business.
Different business.
That's correct.
How many different businesses, how many are like PACE?
There
at 360?
are two vendors, other vendors who operating PACE in Orange County is Orange County PACE and Ultimate, which is a community clinic.
So CalOptima, I know they have four different groups, right? 4 different groups that they contract to serve the 920,000
Oh, no, they have more
members.
than that.
More than that.
Yes, they have about 12 physician group that they contracted with.
Okay. Do you see if there's, I mean, is there a competition situation going on?
There is no competition. I don't have the total number of senior enrolled in the other PACE program in Orange County.
But I just want to ask, like, if 360 PACE were to be approved, okay, would 360 PACE be in competition with a CalOptima, one of the 12? Are they serving
No.
the same kind of patients?
No, because it is the patient's choice, and they have to meet certain criteria to be enrolled in a PACE program.
Got it.
Right?
I see. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Thank you. That's all I have. Dr.
Okay, Mr. Vice Mayor.
And I just want to say that, I'm done with Dr. Chow. And thank you. You may have a seat, and I'd like to continue to say a few more. So I just think that I don't hear any legitimate reasons not to uphold the decision of the Planning Commission. But that's, for me to, that's my thought for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To answer for some of the public comments that has been said before, the reason that I pulled this project is not just for discuss and review. We haven't made any decision yet. I just, because when it comes to lives or death, I think we should think about it thoroughly. And I'm concerned about the response time in the emergency. I think it's about like 5 or 10 minutes. It's about, life and death. It's just about a few minutes. Let me ask the chief how important is the response time in the emergency thing?
Vital, critical.
All right. So, what is the best response time in some emergency thing? Is like a major stroke or like a cardiac attack?
I don't have any time parameters around what an ideal response time would be for that. We deal more in priority 1 calls, what our response time, what our goals are for responding to those type of calls. But emergency situations where we're called to assist the fire department on calls. I don't have an exact number regarding the situation. Obviously, we get there as quickly and safely as possible. Usually emergency calls, if it's life or death, we are responding code 3, so we are able to get there quicker than other calls?
Right. I remember that when my dad, he got a major stroke, and the doctor said that if he arrived at the hospital like about 15 minutes earlier, and they would have saved him. So I believe that response time here is very critical, like the chief said, and all I need, I'm making decision just on the benefit of the community. I just don't want our decision is going to cost lives. Okay? I just want to make it very, very careful here. So before I make decision on this, like I said, I would like to see a very diligent report from staff. Staff can work with the applicants and the firefighter departments to get me the detailed report, and then come back to the council so we can discuss. So for that, I would like to make a motion.
Not yet.
No, not yet?
Sir.
Okay, all right.
We are still.
For now, are you back?
Yes. We will go to the council action.
Okay, can I make a very quick comment here?
Yes.
It's not about the money. It's not about the money, because sometimes you can have a lot of money, but the emergency capability is right there. We just have like 2 ambulance truck, and I believe that emergency ambulance that we have right now, they are in the discussion with other company to have like a mutual respect, mutual aid, right, Chief?
That is correct.
Okay, all right. Are you back?
Okay, I just want to let you know in the public hearings, a specific step that we have to go through. That's why I'm very strict on that. Even the advice from the city attorney, which is out of line, I will stop him. I wouldn't go with that. With Councilmember West trying to ask public before the question for staff, I stop that. That's why when you are trying to make a motion, I stop that. Because we are, let me read that to you if you don't have that on hand. First of all, we have to have staff report. Secondly, we have mayor and city council question for staff. Next, public comments. Next, mayor and council member discussion, which we just go through. And I have a chance to go last, so this is my, I want to thank the applicant to look into, the possibility to serve the people in the city of Westminster. It's really important to serve the elderly people. And I take it to heart because, we need to care for our seniors. I do believe that, planning commissioners have looked at this and make decision on this. Like I said, I respect them. I don't discount them. But for the reason that we need to do our job diligently from the council members. Because for the planning commissioners, the problem that we have is they just recently appointed to, I think this is their second meeting. So I'm not sure that how much they know about, the thing. Regardless, the council have the right to pull the item and discuss further about the details. So I want to let you know that Vice Mayor Nguyen have the right to pull this item. That's why we are in discussion. I want to thank city staff. I know you've been working on this and provide the information today. I want to thank applicant. You are here to provide additional questions. I mean, additional answers to us to clarify what the question that the council have. However, what I see was there are a number of questions still going on, including me, for the purpose of having this projects to be at the location that you want to have. And simply, I can tell that we, the council, have the general plan, have their ordinance specified each location for specific use. And this use that we are talking about is requires the CUP. And because of the CUP, we can implement certain conditional use to the project so that it can satisfy what we think is benefit to the city. And with that, I will come to the council action, which is the last item for this one. And I would like to go first. With a number of questions still hanging, and I know that Vice Mayor Nguyen, I know you have a number of questions. I don't know that you're satisfied with the answers. I suggest that we do not take any action of this item today, but will come back and revisit this item in a couple of months. The reason I said that is because I will allow you to have more times to work with staff so that you can clarify the question that you have. And the same thing that I will do, and again, I will say that I will do my job diligently for the benefit of the people, for the community of the city of Westminster. With that, I move to reschedule. I move to have staff to bring this back in a couple months. And if that's the case, when is the good date that we can bring it back?
If you're looking at 2 months from today, you'd be looking at the September 27th meeting.
September 27 meeting?
So you'd set it for a date of September 27th at 7 p.m.
That's 2 months, right?
That is 2 months
time
from
frame.
today, yes.
Yeah, and what I would say is you have to continue the public hearing.
Right.
Yeah, the
Of
motion
course.
would have to be continued.
Right,
because-
when we bring it back, we will continue to have the public hearing, just like today.
And that's to allow sufficient time for staff to get the answers to the questions that were asked.
Okay, so is that enough time? Should October, what is the date for October?
October is October 11th.
October 11. So with that, I move to have this item continue on October 11 meeting. Is there a second to that?
Mr. Mayor, I want to make a substitute motion.
Okay.
So.
Well, first of all, let me ask, is there a second to that?
I second.
Okay, now, you want to make a substitute motion? Go ahead.
So substitute motion to approve tonight item because it is important for us to have these senior care center. And this will mobilize the senior to be more active and to be more healthy. And with all the question we have as the council, the body here, we've asked the applicant and they've answered us if we need to move the van to the back, we can, or they can drive off campus. They say they can. I mean, I just don't understand why we would not approve the senior care since they answer all the question. I mean, did Mr. Mayor and Mr. Vice Mayor, do you feel like they haven't answered your questions?
That's what I stated earlier. I'm not going to repeat that. I did say that we need some more time to look into the matters, and we'll bring it back. At this point here, I encourage that there is no action to this, either to approve or to reverse it.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, may
Yes.
I? To answer Councilwoman Fan West, I personally think this is a good program that we should have in our city. But the thing is, to make such important decision that can cause lives or death to our resident, I am very careful here. I'm very cautious. So all I need is time for staff and the applicant and OCFA, to sit together and, do a diligent report. And then we're going to revisit it to see if it's not going to impact our city, our residents' lives. That's all I ask.
So you made a substitute motion?
Yeah.
Okay, Mayor, I would like to second the substitute motion, but before I want to make a few comments before we proceed. The arguments brought before, the concerns that I'm hearing as far as the emergency services, those I feel those concerns were not justified, being that the same residents or people attending, they were going to be going to this facility. If an emergency were to arise at home or arise at this location, those same emergency services will still have to be provided. As far as, that's the main concern that I'm hearing here. It's not the concern that was stated on the application to pull the item and have it reviewed. We haven't heard those arguments being brought forward. So I guess we're changing those arguments. So the argument as far as emergency service is concerned, I do not see that those arguments are being justified. So that's why I'm seconding Councilmember Fan West's substitute motion. We definitely need a need in this community for our seniors. We have others, businesses in our community with the same type of services, that if there was an emergency to arise there, they would also need emergency services. Our Deputy Police Chief mentioned that we have a mutual agreement if more ambulances were to be needed. We have that service that can be provided. So the main argument for emergency services, I feel that hasn't been justified. So
I call for a question.
So yeah, that's why I'm seconding that motion.
Okay, you have a question, Councilmember?
Yeah, I call for question. I just thought-
Stop discussion.
Okay, well,
We have a substitute.
Thank you. But, okay, if you are done, then I don't need to call for question.
we're-
But may I just say, okay,
we
okay,
basically,
we'll go ahead and vote.
So I just wanted to clarify for Councilwoman Fan West. So yours to approve is actually to uphold the Planning Commission's approval. So it's to adopt a resolution. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, so
okay,
That's the title.
Vice Mayor Nguyen, I know that you are the one who pulled this item. You have your last chance before we move on.
Like I said, all I concern is about the lives of the residents, and that's it. I yield back.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, so I do hear your concern that the lives and the
No,
ambulance
I
services.
just want to stop right now. Okay, if you continue to want to discuss on this, I will take Councilmember Ho call for question or not. So do you still want to continue with this?
No, that's fine. We
Okay.
can close.
If not, then we can close it on up. We
Yeah.
don't need to have,
Let's
we don't need to
vote.
call for
Yeah.
questions. So we have substitute motion on the floor.
Okay, so I have a substitute motion made by Councilwoman Fan West, second by Councilmember Monzo. This is to adopt resolution number 5212 to uphold the Planning Commission's approval of case number 2022-0370. I'll go ahead and read the title of the resolution. It's a resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of Westminster, California, upholding the Planning Commissioner's approval of case number 2022-0370, which involves a conditional use permit to establish an elderly day health care center and a development review to improve the project site located at 8291 Westminster Boulevard. Assessor's parcel number 097-401-25. I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Fan West.
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo.
Yes.
Councilmember Ho.
Before I vote, I just want to say I am very appreciative of 360 PACE, and my answer is yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Okay, I just want to make a very short comment here. I try my best to do whatever that it takes to save lives. Okay, but in the future, if anything that happened, just don't blame me for that. Okay, so my vote is no.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
4-1, motion carried.
Oh, actually, I changed my vote to yes, I suppose.
Okay.
Okay, we'll modify.
Right?
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
5-0, motion carried.
All right, thank you very much. And moving on to, I want to thank the applicant to be here today. I'm sorry that we delayed it last time because of the, more important urgent agendas. So thank you very much. Thank you for being here. Okay, moving on to 5.1, amendment number 1 to agreement and purchase order increase with AET and Associates for Engineering Services for the I-405 improvement project for fiscal year 22-23. So staff report, please.
I'll make this one very simple, very basic. We have cooperative agreements with OCTA that have been in place for many years. So all of our expenses for staff and consultant hours are reimbursed through OCTA. This action tonight would initiate, would amend an agreement with a consultant that we use to provide service to the city to support the 405 project. And it's fully funded by OCTA project funds.
All right, thank you very much. I think it's very clear that the funding is not coming out of the general budget, but coming out of the OCTA on the, so basically, I don't have any problem with this, so I will move to approve the projects.
I'll second, Mayor.
Okay.
I have a quick question, though, Mayor.
Okay, sure, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I think, I know this, this project's been going on for quite some time. I think it's being that we have 2 new council members present. When can we get an update on where we're at with the freeway?
Absolutely. We could come back at possibly in August or early September, the next available meeting, and provide, what we've done in the past is a joint presentation between myself and the project manager for OCTA, where we update the council on the status. Very timely, considering that we have the final 2 bridges scheduled to be open in the coming months. So that would be something we could facilitate.
Yeah, it's been a while.
I
think we need it.
Okay.
All right, that's all I got, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion and second on the floor. You need me to repeat who?
So I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen, a second by Councilmember Monzo. This is to approve staff recommendation to approve amendment number 1, extending the term of the agreement to December 31st, 2024, and increase the purchase order in the amount of $19,204 or $240 to close out fiscal year 2022-23.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Fan West.
Not here?
Councilmember Monzo.
Yes.
Councilmember Ho. Yes. Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
And Mayor Nguyen.
Yes, you can come back to Councilmember West. She's back.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I vote yes.
All right, thank you.
5-0, motion passed.
Next item is 5.2, amendment number 4 to the agreement with Paymenters Corporation for electronic bill payment services. Any question on this? Okay, please.
Motion to approve?
Okay, where there's a motion and second on the floor.
All right, I have a motion by, sorry, 1 second. Okay, sorry. I have a motion made by Councilmember Monzo, a second by Councilmember Ho. This is to approve staff recommendation to approve the city manager to execute amendment number 4 with Paymentus Corporation for electronic bill payment services for the term ending March 24th, 2024, in an amount not to exceed $130,000. I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Fan West.
You know what? Are there a way that the city manager, once you approve this and sign this, can you send us a kind of like receipt as well so the council can see the contract? And I can't hear you.
We can get you the contract before the payment.
Okay.
And the attachments.
Can you guys provide that?
The amendment and the contract are attached to the staff report. This is the final year of this contract, and it's been in place for, well, this is the 4th amendment. But we can certainly provide the signed copy or whatever you additional that you request.
Okay,
I
perfect,
yeah,
thank you.
I think what wasn't clear in the report, because I got this question as well, is the amendment is really the extension. It's the final year of the contract, and we're going to a new system after this. So.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, I vote yes.
Okay. Councilmember Monzo.
Yes.
Councilmember Ho. Yes. Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
And Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
5-0, motion carried.
All right, next is item 5.3, an increased purchase order to Whitman Enterprises, LLC for paramedic and ambulance transportation building services for fiscal year of 2022-2023.
I have a question. Can I?
Go ahead.
Okay. So with this extra is this an extra $26,000 that we haven't approved in the budget yet?
There's enough money in the budget to pay for this, so it's not asking for a budget adjustment, just authority to pay it. So we collected additional revenue, and our billing service is paid off of the receipt. So it's a percentage of recovery, or not recovery, but receipts. And so we're up about $575,000 over last year, which caused us to go over our contract amount of $150,000. So we received the money. We received almost 3.3 million this year, so it's just to pay them for those collections.
I believe the
Just for
question
last
is,
fiscal year.
I believe the question was, is 26,000 is extra?
Over the
what?
150, yes, so a total of 176,
Okay.
yes,
Okay, so this was extra.
yes.
Okay. Gotcha.
Is there
Now,
any-
with the 26,000, what does that exactly will pay for?
Well, they've already collected the revenue, and we've already received this, so this is just to pay them for the receipt, for their collection of that money. So we pay them after they bill for it and we receive the money. So this service has already been provided, it's to pay the bills for what the work that they have already done.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
So say they
Because
send out
thing
the
is that-
bill, we get the receipt, and then we pay them for the service.
Okay, I thought like they would let us know how much we owe them for the year, so then
Oh,
we
we
put it
do.
into the budget.
This is two more, this is just for the last fiscal year, so the year that just ended, and it's to close out their contract for fiscal year 22-23. So this is to finish up the year, like the last two payments, the last 2 months of last year.
Okay, I know there's not much for the city aspect of 26,000, but I just want to know, if this was included in the budget, but I guess this was the previous year. So then,
It's
Right.
like,
So it's based on revenue, so we don't know how much we will get. In the past year, we received, so in fiscal year 21-22, we received 2.7 million, and we paid them 144,000. which was within our $150,000. This year, we received $3.3 million, and since they receive a percentage of that, their percentage is higher.
Okay.
So we weren't sure that, we didn't realize that they were going to collect more because we can't predict how many calls of service we're going to have.
Okay. Now, were you guys able to retrieve money from, other insurance as well?
Right. The city received an additional $575,000 in revenue
Okay.
for that fiscal year, and this 26 is paying for that additional $575,000 that we had received over our estimate.
Okay, perfect. I have no more question, Mr. Mayor.
All right, is there any other question, or if I will entertain a motion, if there's any?
Motion to approve.
Okay, motion and second on the floor.
All right, I have a motion by Councilmember Monzo, a second by Councilmember Ho, and that is to approve staff recommendation to increase the purchase order for Whitman Enterprises by $26,000 for paramedic and ambulance transportation billing services for fiscal year 2022-23. Councilwoman Van West?
Yes.
Councilmember Ho, or Councilmember Monzo, sorry.
Yes.
Councilmember Ho? Yes. Vice Mayor Nguyen?
Yes.
And Mayor Nguyen?
Yes.
Motion passed 5-0.
Next is 6.1, resolution rescinding a level 1 water supply shortage. And with this, I think it's very clearly, identified in the staff report. I move to approve.
Second.
Okay, move to approve and second. Roll call vote.
I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen and a second by Councilmember Monzo. It's to adopt a resolution number 5213 entitled "A Resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of Westminster, California, rescinding a level 1 water supply shortage." Go ahead and call roll call. Councilwoman Van West?
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo?
Yes.
Councilmember Ho?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen?
Yes.
And Mayor Nguyen?
Yes.
5-0, motion carried.
Oh my God, we are going to finish before 9 o'clock. All right, good. All right, so next item is comment from City Council and agency members, including A, B, 1, 2, 3, 4 report. Councilmember West.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to appreciate all the staff who are here today, and I'm so happy we're ending at 9:50. Oh, my goodness. That never happened since we've been on here on the council. So I'm impressed, and I'm happy the agenda was, going smoothly, and those who are here. And thank you, Vanessa, for all you do for the senior folks here in the city. And Darren, thank you. And all the police, you guys done an amazing job. I really appreciate you guys taking care of our city and, keeping the city safe. And also the fire chief, thank you. Well, fire department for being here and all you guys do as well in our city to keep it moving forward. And staff, thank you so much for all you guys do. And resident, thank you so much for being here, getting involved, and just being a part of the city and moving our city forward. Thank you so much for all you guys do. And I want to wish you guys a great vacation, a great summer, because I'm enjoying it after today. Tomorrow, I'm driving back to Mammoth and spending with my family. So I'll be dirt biking, and I hope you guys are enjoying your summer vacation as well. So God bless.
Thank you. Councilmember Menzo.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I want to say I had such a great time at our Safety Day last week. That was an awesome event. It's always a really crowd favorite. All the community loves coming out at Safety Day and interacting and getting to know our police department and watching the SWAT in action and, helicopter, everything. That's just a really big event in our community. I'm glad that it's back. And we're going to keep it going. So thank you for that. Our Deputy Chief, please pass that along. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Next, last week we also had our movie night, and we're going to have a movie night tomorrow. But last week was pretty cool. We had a light year, and a lot of the kids came out dressed. I was surprised how many kids came out in costume. That was pretty fun to see. Everybody out there having a good time, getting to know our neighbors and community. I love that. So please come out tomorrow for our next movie night. That's awesome. And just want to share something quick. Myself and former council member Contreras, we organized a private event, recognized some of the former students of the segregated school. A lot of people are familiar with that case here in Westminster. It was pretty awesome to see some of those former students and hear some of their stories. Just keep that legacy and keep that educating community that I'm not familiar with that. And I just want to say it was a private event, and I want to thank our mayor for coming out and spending some time with us and getting to know and hearing the stories of the community. So thank you, Mayor, for making that time. I know that you had to run pretty much cross city to get over there, and I know that was a lot. Thank you. Thank you for that. So I had a really good time for that, and thank you also, personal thank you as well to for Adolfo and staff and for helping me put together some of the photos. That was a major hit with the former students. They loved it. What amazed me was that each and every one of them knew every single person in that photo. They knew them. I mean, that was pretty cool to see. So thank you. Appreciate that. And
Thank you, Councilmember Menzo. Next is Councilmember Ho.
I just want to continue what you were saying. So I'm glad Miss Coco finally got her photo. So I know she mentioned that. So, so it was a private event. I know I didn't get my invitation.
Sorry.
So it was all right. I saw former Councilmember Contreras at the park there doing an interview. So I was like, oh, so that was probably the reason, right?
No,
no. So, yes, I want to make sure I say thanks formally to our PD, police department, and I really enjoyed that award ceremony. It was really great. It was very special. And you are too young, Deputy Chief Abstill, you are too young to retire, so consider another 10 years, maybe stay on for at least another few years.
Well,
maybe.
every city council member or time I've sat in for the chief, they've all been done before 10 o'clock. So I don't think that's a coincidence. Just saying.
Because of you.
And then one thing that really sticks out in my mind is that community, Park and Rec Department, Community Services, you guys been doing an awesome job. And I just think I feel that you really know how to party. You've done a wonderful job. And that's really a positive reflection on our city manager over here. So, but I don't want to repeat anything that everybody else has already said. I guess we're going to skip next meeting, so that calls for, so it's like we're beginning to feel like it's summer, right? Thank you very much for, I'm going to make sure we end at 9, so I'm going to stop here. Thank you. Good night.
Before I call on Vice Mayor, I just want to make sure that we initially planned to have a meeting for August 9. This wasn't intent to cancel that meeting, but for another purpose of, what is it?
So we had a strategic plan meeting that was scheduled for the 9th during the daytime, of course, similar to the 3 workshops that we previously did. But due to personal reasons with our facilitator, she's not able to make it in person. So at this time, we're just going to reschedule to a future date and time. But we will have a regular meeting, a special meeting, but much like this, on the 16th instead. So
Right.
you do get a bit of a break before and after the 16th.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. Vice Mayor Nguyen?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I like to thank you, staff, for making things happen. begin with all the activities for the summer program. So I feel like now our city, after COVID, begin to, can I use the word resurrection? Yeah, okay. I think in the future we're going to make this city more and more beautiful and strong. Thank you. Thank you, LPD Chair.
Thank you very much. I second it to our council members about our park and recreation department working really hard to get many events happening during the summertime. I also want to congratulate that for the job well done at the Safety Day. It was a lot of people. It was a big crowd, a great turnout, and a lot of agencies from county and all along that they were there. So kudos to staff for putting that together. Like Councilmember Menzo said, that it was a busy day for me on Saturday. I was running from one event to another, and I tried to rush myself to get to. I first want to thank Councilmember Menzo specifically invite me to the event, and that event, I would say that it's very meaningful, and it's a great event to have. And I look forward to see more and more of those events in our community, because we need to have more of those events from different ethnicity, different group of people, so that we can, all learn the culture from each. And for this particular one, the title was former students from segregated campus. We reunited nearly 80 years later to reflect on legacy of Mendes versus Westminster. You see that 80 years is a long time, and we still have these 4 students came and spoke about it. And I think it's a good thing that we have them there, and we have a chance to appreciate them. And I know that they appreciate us very much. Us here, meaning the city of Westminster. All right, thank you. I also have a chance with, along with all council members except Councilmember Menzo, because I know that at time he has to prepare for the event that I was just talking about. He could not join us at the not grand opening, but there's a groundbreaking ceremony at Busa Road. And this is for second phase. The first phase, they already built the apartment complex, and it's already done. This second phase is building shopping and small shop in the complex. And there will be a third phase for the hotel. We are very proud, and I have a chance to thank the former mayor, Trita, and along with the previous council member, that they approved this project. That's why we are there on that day. I also have a chance to thank I'll congratulate the owners there. But one of the most important things that I saw on that day was they are overwhelming the support from the city of Westminster. We have over half of people there from the staff from the city of Westminster. I want to thank you, staff, for taking your time to be there and support this project, and it meant a lot. Because I do have a question from the media saying that how important is it for this project, how important this project for the city of Westminster? All I said is that, look at the city staff in attendance today. You can tell over half of the people, and these are the people who actually put their effort in making it happen. So I want to appreciate for all of your effort. Again, thank you very much. Thank you, the council, for being there. Thank you, staff, for putting your heart and effort into making this happen. And that's all I have. And at this point here, I'd like to adjourn the meeting, and the regular meeting of August 9, 2023 has been canceled. And so the next regular adjourned meeting will be held on Wednesday, August 16, 2023 at 6 p.m. Meeting adjourned.